We were ending a day. I see. I'll do this tomorrow. Actuate, no, I got the password. I could do that today. Let's go be revolutionaries.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. No reply.
These are the seaside apartments, right? Cape Side. Well, these are the only apartments I found so far. So let's look around. What about just yet? What did I that is? Courtney, these other doors accessible. I am mumbling too much today, it seems. I'll talk more clearly now. Oh, stealing money. Where are you communists?
As you approach the metal grill, you can hear several voices having what appears to be an animated discussion.
Is this you?
This must be it. Beyond this door lies the beating heart of radical communism in Martinez. Somehow, the night air softens the smell of trash and sea brine. As the breeze pulls through the canvas like a shuttle through a loom, you catch a hint of something unexpected, something earthy, warm, and burnt. The acrid smell of failure. No, that's just slightly burnt coffee, a smell you would recognize anywhere.
Our voices are fighting each other.
Just look at these pigs sniffing about after hours.
Why did you say the door was right here?
Must have slipped my mind. You know how it goes.
The metal grill is cool to the touch. You notice the lieutenant is looking uncustomarily anxious. His posture is rigid. His right hand hovers near the zipper of his jacket.
You good, Kim?
Oh, I'm fine. I was practically born to infiltrate underground communist cells. Which is just to say, we should be prepared for any eventuality.
Fair enough.
You can make out at least two separate voices. Two voices, both male, approximately early 20s.
Careful with those now. I have it. It's going to work. I can feel it.
Time to knock.
The clang of metal reverberates all along the scaffolding. The voices coming from the other side fall silent.
Who's there? Is that you, Maurice?
Are you all communist? I'm looking for some communists.
Who said communist? Did we say communist? Get out of here.
Listen, I've already built like 0.0001% of communism, but I need your help to get organized.
For a moment, silence.
What's the passphrase?
There's no response. You begin to wonder whether they've slipped out some back way.
I think that's the one I was given.
No, they're still there. You can feel them back there.
Alright. The key's taped to the back of the door frame. Just make sure you put it back when you're done, or we'll all be locked out. And do watch the concrete. It just kind of falls away, in places.
Manana had our back. That's our boy.
Charmant. After you, detective.
Have fun at your underground meeting, Pig. Hope it's a blast.
Thanks, Cindy. I know, I was just thinking that. I don't know if it's actually Manana in there, but he's the one who gave us the password. I hope it is. I love that guy.
The two young men are either oblivious to or ignoring your entrance. Their attentions are fixed on whatever it is they're stacking in the middle of the floor. Matchboxes, it appears.
I think it's holding, Alexis.
It is. It's holding.
It's definitely not holding. Those matchboxes are stacked so haphazardly, it's like they want them to collapse.
Careful, careful.
They failed to build communism.
Damn, hardly any difference. You two, you are late.
They should know the meeting starts at 10 p.m. sharp.
One leader and one follower. The most ancient power dynamic. Don't let them see you flustered, sire. Play along.
My apologies, comrades. I had to make sure I wasn't being tailed by our class enemies.
We all have to take precautions, especially during these delicate times. What matters is that you've made it, and that you've done the reading.
Uh-oh. No one said anything about reading. You'll just have to wing this one.
Wing it. The reading, yes, I've definitely done that.
You have? Excellent. Let's hear your critique then.
The themes were interesting.
They always say that when they haven't done the reading.
True.
Well, this is getting awkward. I'm not sure what you're expecting to find here then.
There's profound consternation in his voice. You suspect it's about something bigger than your not having done the reading.
Maybe they can explain themselves.
What were you doing with those matchboxes?
The young man frowns at the little pile of boxes on the floor.
Nothing, just messing around until the meeting started.
They're watching those matchboxes awfully intently for two guys who are just messing around. It's almost as though they were trying to create the most unstable structure they could, with predictable results.
What exactly are you two doing here?
In the most generous sense, I would say we're cultivating revolutionary consciousness.
Yes, that's probably the best way to describe it.
But more specifically, we are running a reading group. It's the most rigorous and theoretically advanced materialist reading group in Martinaise.
Comrade Steban is a great discussion leader, one of the best at the university.
All right.
It's obvious they take this group of theirs extremely seriously. Whatever you do, don't compare it to a common book club.
Sounds like a place for intense intellectual engagement. Exactly my kind of jam.
That's our whole thing. The world is so shallow, all noise and repetition. We're interested in genuinely radical critique.
Precisely. We are not interested in senseless parroting. We like to read critically.
Within the contours of Mazovian historical materialism, of course.
I didn't know they talked that at universities.
Huh. As though you can call that problem teaching.
One thing you learn quickly at university is that you're not going to find a real education in any lecture hall or discussion seminar.
We are post-attendance, basically.
Exactly. The only worthwhile part of the so-called École Normale de Revachol is the library. That's where we've made our greatest critical strides.
So what do you read?
We study all the foundational texts of Mazovian theory, of course. Just last week we finished the second volume of Puncher and Watman's Innocence of Capital.
Okay.
Truly extraordinary.
Fair
And
enough.
before that we spent 6 weeks on State and Plasm.
I recommend reading Theory. It is actually quite interesting.
This is fine. You can handle a list. In fact, you find the tedium strangely soothing.
Volition has my back. As always.
We've also read Wertmüller's The Megastructure of History, and before that, Real and Reality.
Communist theorists love puns, in case that wasn't obvious.
True.
Arblars une paix infernale.
The original Fisdale translation, not that watered-down revisionist garbage.
These two deserve the Order of Honor for bullshitting. There's no way they've actually read all this stuff.
It's not hard to read a theory book. It takes you like a couple weeks maybe. I've read about that much theory.
Obviously.
But, of course, our special emphasis is on the theories of Ignace Nilsson and his followers, especially the inframaterialists.
Who are those?
You're not familiar with them? It's pretty advanced stuff. You may not be ready for it yet, gendarme.
Okay, but who?
Only Krasmazov's most trusted lieutenant, the evangelist of the revolution, and the founding father of the People's Republic of Samara.
It's hard to overstate how unimpressed he is that you've never heard of this world historical individual.
He also happens to be the greatest communist theorist after Mazov himself. It was Nilsson who first postulated the existence of ideological plasm, which forms the basis of inframaterialist theory.
The young man sighs. His companion looks about furtively.
Where's the rest of the reading group?
What do you mean? This is the reading group.
So it's just the two of
We're
you.
in something of a rebuilding phase.
Some of our former comrades didn't have the ideological fortitude our work demands.
What happened to him?
Intellectual attrition is maybe the best way to describe it. Felix said he couldn't keep up with the reading on top of his classwork. And Susanna wanted to read text other than Mazovian theory. Like novels, if you can believe it.
You can read both.
Imagine the audacity of wanting to read a novel in a reading group.
Unbelievable.
See? Even a gendarme gets it.
We've tried recruiting new members, but unfortunately the current intellectual climate is pretty hostile to inframaterialist thought. These days, if you're on the left, the ascendant schools are the Godwaldians and their iconoclasts.
Don't forget about Maurice and the turnips.
Right. Then there was the whole turnip debacle.
Whatever this turnip business is about, one thing is perfectly clear. These young students have a much deeper understanding of communism than you do. You could learn a thing or two from them. If you can convince them, you're one of them.
Tell me more about the iconic words.
For starters, they love talking about beans.
Beans.
That's right. Iconoclasts are obsessed with beans. They love thinking about beans. They love counting beans. But most of all, they love building models to predict how many beans there'll be in the future.
Nota bene, iconoclast is an extra pejorative form of the already pejorative name Mazovian economists, a moderate school of Mazovianism which advocates the gradual transition to communism through carefully managed economic modernization rather than violent social revolution.
So. Democratic Socialists. Which is probably closer to where I am.
They're by far the most bean-centric school of communism.
Ah yes, the much maligned bean counters, ensconced in their think tanks and high-rises, believing they can save the world through a series of incremental, assiduously technocratic reforms.
Are the beans in metaphor?
If only. They've got all the beans accounted for in their asset sheets, their quarterly budgets, their future projections. But for some reason, there are never enough beans to go around. So we've just got to cut our bean rations in half.
And next thing you know, there are budget cuts, so now we've got to cut the bean rations in half again. You see, iconoclasts claim to be communists, but in reality they're just liberals with hard-ons for spreadsheets.
And the Gutwaldians tell me about them.
They're the most depressing school of communism. They love writing long books with a patina of Mazovian theory to cover up their cheap psychologizing.
A gang of cheap psychologists and intellectual midgets. Typical Gottwalders, in other words.
It's okay for Uli to say that, because his dad is from Gottwald.
Okay. What's so depressing about their theories?
The Gottwald school believe that intellectuals as a class are capable of sparking revolutionary change. So all they can do is critique capitalism from inside itself.
In other words, they have lost faith in their own relevance.
Ouch.
That's why they spend all their time smoking cigarettes and writing long works of criticism that make you want to commit suicide.
That sounds pretty miserable. This was written by people who know leftist circles.
It is miserable. That's probably why they're always committing suicide. You see, the Gottwald school look like communists. they talk like communists. But scratch the patina and you'll see beneath that they're just depressed liberals who've read too many books.
What about the liberals? Are they liberals too?
Of course not. The only people who actually call themselves liberals are mouth-foaming reactionaries.
I mean, kind of.
Basically indistinguishable from fascists. You'd need an X-ray machine to tell the difference.
This is hitting me right in the funny bone. Amazing. Did you say something about turnips?
It's an unfortunate story. You see, our ex-comrade Maurice is something of an economist.
He's studying macro and microeconomics.
The horror.
Oh, a real intellectual, it sounds like.
Right. So a few weeks ago we were discussing the extra physical capabilities of the revolutionary state. And Maurice said... What were his exact words, Ulex's?
It was unbelievable. He said, turnips don't care if they are grown by communists, moralists, or Vulcan. They grow just the same.
Just a minute. Steban, Ulixis. Why do those names ring the faintest of bells? Probably because they're the real names of Nazteb and Exilus, the authors of that so-called essay about Tip-Top Tournay you read in La Fumée. You should get to the bottom of this when you have the chance.
Basically, he was rejecting the whole foundation of inframaterialist theory.
Don't mind me eating something.
What is this inframaterialist business they keep blathering about? You've never heard of anything like it.
Tell me how that relates to turnips.
Simply that under suitably revolutionary conditions, crop yields naturally increase relative to non-revolutionary crops, which Maurice somehow has the gall to deny.
Buddy.
Susanna said that he has been hanging out with some non-communists lately.
How terrible.
For us, the question boiled down to, if you don't even accept the basic ideas of Nielsen and inframaterialist theory, why are you in the reading group?
So you expelled them over an argument about turnips?
Well, it wasn't so much that he was expelled.
He just quit coming. We haven't seen him around for weeks.
What about Cindy? She seems to know.
Cindy is... how to describe her role?
Something of an ideological auxiliary, perhaps.
Yes, that's exactly how I would put it. And naturally, we support her radical counter-liberal aesthetics.
But she refuses to submit an essay, so we can't call her a member of the group per se.
That doesn't stop her from using the room for studio space, of course.
Fair enough.
Go ahead.
You guys wrote that article, didn't you?
You've read our article.
That I did not expect.
Well, don't keep us on tenterhooks. What did you think of the essay?
The delicate egos on these boys. Even though you're just some cop, they're desperate for your approval. Hey, you're not just some cop. You've got highly developed critical faculties. Now's your chance to show them off.
It was a good article. You should keep developing your ideas.
Well, of course that's just an initial foray into the subject. We're hoping to return to it for a more substantial treatment next term. In any case, I'm glad our piece found its audience. That's always the hope with these things, you know.
Hell yeah. You guys accepting new members?
We typically only accept new members once per semester. There's this whole process with essays and presentations on assigned topics. But given that we have some extra seating at the moment, I guess we could be convinced to expedite an application or two.
Steban, you can't be serious. For these gendarmes?
I am serious. As materialists, we've got to adapt to conditions as they are. Besides, he'll still need to pass the interview portion of the entrance process.
I'm down.
Assuming he's even still interested, that is.
I got to raise my composure.
Sure, we're here most every night. Maybe we'll catch you again.
Sleep well, gendarme.
Honestly, these kids are kind of dumbasses, but they're nice. I like them. And that basically means lawman. So they're calling me a cop.
The gendarme returns. What do you need?
Is it getting warm in here? There seems to be a little pool of sweat forming in the depression of your lower back.
'Cause I don't do well in interviews.
No, you're terrible at them. The thought of everyone looking at you, judging you, makes you want to heave, frankly.
What am I getting so worked up for?
Let's be frank. They're probably way smarter than you. You bet they've read more books than you can even name. You've been quite studious these past few days. You should be able to handle whatever they want to throw your way. The hardest part will just be working up the nerve to ask without soiling yourself.
Everything all right, gendarme? You look a little green about the gills.
I've only got enough composure space for one level up.
The gendarme returns. What do you need?
Okay, you got this.
Be very, very quiet. I don't have any other way
The
to level
gendarme
up.
returns. What do you need?
What's there to be scared of? You've really been
There we
cracking
go.
the books these last few days. You can go toe to intellectual toe with any reading group in Martinez.
I'd have been willing to spend more skill points on this, but I reached my cap. Because this is one of my worst stats. That's generally how I go about these things. If I fail, I'm going to spend a skill point, and if I keep failing, that's when I skill safe scum.
You've spent a
'Cause
not
you know I spent my
inconsiderable
resource.
amount of time arranging the works in your mental library by theme and period. All the ideas and references you'll need are ready at hand. Now, chin up. You've got this.
This is just the group I've been looking for. When do we start?
Oh, you want to start now? Sure, we can manage that.
You've caught him off balance. The momentum is already in your favor.
Go ahead and take a seat. Since we haven't had time to prepare an exhaustive questionnaire, I think we can keep this interview more freeform. Why don't you tell us a bit about the books you're interested in, and we'll just see where the conversation goes.
I love me political and historical subjects.
Absolutely. It's the only proper foundation to develop a real understanding of events.
But once you've got a political lens, you can read anything critically. Even those Hild Erman books.
Interesting. Say more about that.
This is a good start. They're starting to loosen up. You feel relaxed and in control. Soon, you're in a lively back and forth on the political substrata of the Heimdallr universe.
Hell yeah, this is the shit I would do. I already love analyzing stories.
But don't you think that pornographic fascist mythology gets pretty tiresome after a few books?
Let them know your interest in Muscleman literature is much more high-minded than they're giving you credit for.
I'm way more interested in them as cultural artifacts.
Ah, well, there's certainly value in that kind of reading. Comrade Mazov says something on that note in his collected speeches.
To find victory in the cultural war, we must first scout the battlefield.
True.
These kids are eating out of your hand, practically. Another quarter of an hour disappears. The questions come rapid fire, but you have an answer for every one.
I am the last communist.
Now you can sense things starting to slow down. The interview must be reaching an inflection point.
But to Comrade Ulix's point, isn't there value in reading really difficult books, just for the sheer challenge of it?
I'm more into works of pure imagination.
Wait, you play Wirral?
And just like that, all trace of irony drains from his voice. Now's your chance to end this interview on a high note. Soon, you're all animatedly debating the political subtext of character
I have found a gaming
creation.
group too. We're going to talk about communism, play Dungeons and Dragons. Hell yeah.
Come on, let's really impress them. Overturn the race class paradigm. The more esoteric,
Let's
the
fucking
better.
go.
I'm just saying it's heavily implied that Welkin are the bourgeois of the Wirral setting.
All of these are amazing. I'm having to decide which one I like more. My personal bill is a highly experimental Welcome Big Me hybrid.
Combining the best race with the worst race. Not sure about the skill progressions, but I bet the role-playing opportunities are wild.
Hell yeah. This guy gets me.
The young man's companion says nothing, but the expression on his face reveals a begrudging respect for your experimental approach to character creation.
Yeah. Let's go.
But seriously, the next campaign, you've got to be there. I need to see this hybrid in
I'm
action.
there. We're playing.
In any case, I think we've heard enough. We could use someone with your perspective in the group. With just a bit more theoretical foundation, I think you'll be making real contributions.
I'm in.
Yes, I would say he's got serious potential at least.
Besides, it's inconceivable that we turn down a fellow Viral enthusiast.
My man.
And with that, welcome to the most ideologically advanced materialist reading group in Martinez.
We do it.
Here's your first assignment. It's an overview of inframaterialist theory. A little basic, as you'll see, but one has to start somewhere.
I'll read it.
You're going to fit right in, I think. Come back when you're done. We'll be here pretty much every night after 10 p.m.
I love this game. They understand leftist circle. Without flaws.
Do be sure to take your time with the reading. We'll be eager to hear your thoughts.
Thanks, man. Oh, that's good. Pull out a game. What a game even. Guess what, Cindy, we're communist now. Or should I say Comrade Cindy? But it's also sleep time. The time for sleep. We did well today. We became communists. And we got over our drug addictions. Later, bro.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
No, I didn't do this earlier.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments
I was supposed to do this at the start.
Pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force. Congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe.
What a stupid thing to do.
Pretty much. But hey, at least you found your shoe. Not that it will keep you warm at night. Brr. The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it. The room behind your closed eyelids is familiar now. The only home you've ever known. Its darkness gathers. The last thing you hear is the wind blowing in through the broken window. Then something comes, a kind of sleep.
Wow, I got to sleep fast today.
Fishing net. Sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore. The rough mesh chafes, tightening around you, it digs into your brain.
This is going to be really chill.
How have things been going for you out there? Helped anyone lately? Saved anyone lately? Murdered anyone lately?
Yes, yes, and no.
This bastard isn't even listening to you.
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people and then forgets about it.
Okay.
Hear that? You are naive to think he's afraid of his bloodied hands. Soul brother. Oh no. I see inside his amygdala and his hippocampus. The thing he's really scared of is much, much worse than that.
Come on guys, I'm trying to sleep here.
We're trying to help you. All these processes, these tortures, voices and tremors are all just distractions, flares and countermeasures to keep you from the last dream. The worst of them all.
Okay.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be naked and alone.
I'm pretty sure I can start to guess.
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later, in front of the video rental, there is a warm breath on your face again. Everything is okay again.
Everything is so okay.
Doesn't sound like it.
Your eyelids flutter open for a moment. When you close them again, you sense the light of the room around you. You're back. In 2 seconds, the alarm will ring.
Thanks, guys.
The last thought in your head before waking is, maybe you shouldn't have seen that stained glass window in the church.
I'm good. We've got a few things to do today.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. Still no word, I'm afraid, sir. 57,
Damn.
over and...
In the cabin, you
Taking a while there. Let's see, I was going to talk to the lady. Tell her a bit about what we know and the fact that war is coming. Or at least get her stance on it.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
I could probably use a coat.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day.
I did find my batch.
I love you did.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Probably.
She is memorizing your badge number.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
I talked to the dude.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
I mean... not exactly the term I'd give. I can talk to her like this.
Of course. He must have his practical uses. How else could he have kept his position all these years? Or wait, actually, he could have kept it with corruption. Fantastic, worm-like corruption that reaches into the bowels of the earth.
The RCM does not pick sides in this, madame. I hope it doesn't come off any other way.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt worm myself. However, if you felt like
she ain't
discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be...
I like that answer.
Gossiping.
I hate how much I like her.
Don't fall for it. It's a ploy to get you talking. The honey-mouthed syllables, the smiling, the conspiratorial jokes, all of it.
It is, but also that was very good.
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
We'll talk about it later.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat.
She is, like many people in this game, incredibly well written. You can tell, yes, she's a diplomat. This is her job. She knows how to make people talk. I respect people who are very good at doing that with their words alone.
Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
That's all for now, thank you. Oh, I should see if that thing is openable now. Using probably my weakest skill. Damn, I don't got anything to help with that.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Since I reached my cap, we might be teasing it again.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked
We'll
ice
see.
cream churner and an electric ice squeaks beneath.
Remember, chat. You see nothing. You are distracted. Thoughts have filled your mind.
This orange machine is dead still. It ice squeak.
You are dreaming of better times. Aurora Borealis.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked
I also
ice cream
appreciate
churner
that
and
yet.
an electric freezer. The ice squeak.
Like, I have no problem with the fact that sometimes you need to spend a point to get another chance at something, but when you start reaching the caps and you have to keep retiring, it gets slightly annoying. Because I can't not complete a quest, I can't.
This orange machine is dead still.
I
It
have to
has
see
a
all the Lord.
hand-cranked ice cream churner and ice squeaks beneath. This orange machine is dead. Ice squeak. This orange machine
I'm not going
is
to
dead
skip
still.
a quest just
It
because
has
I've reached a skill
hand-cranked
cap.
ice cream churner and ice groans and howls under the strain of your
There
giant
we go.
Kvalsund multi-tool until the lid cracks open.
Not that anything was happening.
Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side.
I don't enjoy that. I explicitly find that extremely frustrating. Unless it's something like a choice between certain options. I will always have to find what that information is that it's blocking me from.
You gently lift the cube from its frosty bedding, careful not to damage it.
True.
We should take it back to Miss Lucan and Kilda as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
I shouldn't risk damaging it. This is a quest reward. We aren't going to be jerks. Well, I don't need that. The experience of playing a different character is the fact that I will be answering in different ways and going down different parts. Like I am going down specifically the communist route in this one, but I could also go down, say, the more or less than other run. Or I could be an ultra-liberal. Which will then change how I approach everything. That's how I prefer to do things.
Hey, Her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
Really?
You have the Headless Falcon Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
I should.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
Okay.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body, her face oval and sad.
I can do that. Let's get our visual calculus up. It's a useful skill to have.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex nothing. Just the edge of the crack sparkles in the dark. There may have been a writing here, but you cannot.
No, I'll spend another point. It kind of does.
The mother of humanism stands above you, a precious and complex wax painting. A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in front of you, a ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one, and a text, a light motif below them both.
What shattered it?
Unknown. Something during the raid the lieutenant mentioned, or just hooligans looking for something to break.
Who was this older woman?
The escutcheon on her throne says, Irene the Navigator. She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden Reichsapfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen Her Innocence Day advised. Above, she herself is whole. Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen, farriers, stand in a row guarding her. It must have taken years to produce this work in all its dizzying detail.
What does the motto say?
Below both women, in luminous black letters, Après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau. And then, along the left side, Après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau. After life, death. After death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking, a tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
Why?
It was deemed subservient to use a strongly moral intern-related motto. We already suspected of bootlicking. The sentence was also seen as too feminine. It was a macho thing.
Lame. What's the motto now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
I like the other one better.
So do I.
Cool.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed.
Yeah, the
in
other
her
one was
expression.
better.
Why?
She's a stained glass window.
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Like what?
I don't know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism.
Oh well.
Yes, what is it?
Got stuff.
Yes?
Here you go.
Thanks. Looks like it's the one.
What's up now?
Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it.
Wait. No. That's dangerous. She shouldn't do it.
What are you hoping to find?
I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out.
Play it cool. Now what?
Sorna doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here. I found it.
What is it?
Hold on.
I'll hold on.
Just give me a second. I'm almost...
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly.
Nice, tell me more.
I found the coordinates.
She's beaming. You can feel it in your heart.
Nice work.
Thank you.
So what are we going to do?
There. In the swallow. Think you can help me again?
What you need?
I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double-check my calculations. Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Thanks.
I say taking notes. Oh God, starting from which?
It's awfully silent again, as if someone turned off the entire world outside those walls. Water inside the bowls stands still. Measurements have been marked down around the bowls, each chalk-drawn line representing a centimeter on the
Oh
floor.
good, it automatically remembered.
It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall.
All right, let's see what she's got.
Yes, what is it?
What's next?
Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
What's wrong?
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes.
Why did you mute it?
Honestly, I'm a little scared.
Isn't it just going to be Silas?
I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything.
Fair enough.
I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is...
What?
I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something terrifying. Maybe it's going to tear the world apart.
Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning.
We should probably be cautious.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired.
Let's face it.
Yeah. You're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant takes a step back.
Fair.
And then, nothing.
Even he can't help being a little worried.
Nothing happens as Sona Lokanen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary. She doesn't talk. Her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus. One hand cupping the headphone.
What you find?
Damn it.
What is it?
No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
Did you find it?
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something, if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
Silence is silence? You're sure there's more to it? This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Time to spike my perception. If I have anything. Perception boots.
Yes, what is it?
Let's do it.
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes.
What does it mean?
It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
What if we just need a better sound system?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
I know a guy.
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls. causing a small patch of decorative stucco to crumble onto the wooden floor.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
We could use them speakers.
You mean the speed freaks? Of course, the speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me?
They would if we worked with him.
I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence.
Brilliant negotiating there, Detective. As always.
Let's get chatting.
Sure. Let me know how it goes. Thanks, officer.
All right, they're going to become science freaks. A cat is going to help us solve this. Egg. That's the one.
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes, lost in the music. Sensing you, he opens them.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah!
I love that he's corrupted. Fair enough. I don't know, I'm kind of getting into the music. I get what they're talking about.
The large-headed youth.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah!
I've also maxed this out, so I might need to tease it a little.
You know it in your lungs where the pressure
Or
should
not.
vibrate. In your heart that's alone. And in your solar plexus where the hits should land. So does every caudate animal.
We need more bass.
What?
And the melody. The good melody's what makes a song really stick, so you can't get it out of your head anymore.
Wow, okay. We should start with the melody. But where would we get that stuff from?
I feel like you have it in you.
I'm sorry, I don't know anything about Nordic music. I'm just the party boy. I get the people going and say it's hardcore.
He feels ashamed. He can't be of more service to the future of dance music.
I'll look into it in an official capacity. It's up to the police to make the beats go harder.
The young man falls silent with appreciation. He even tries to contain his smile, as if it could hinder your investigation.
We are now music cop.
Basically, what you need to find here is a tape with some banging music on it, so that Egghead could use it to remix Van Eyck's jam.
Got it.
Yeah, maybe that street hawker across the pawn shop has got some tapes to sell. That's just an idea.
Anyway, that's all yours to figure out, Copman.
Copman!
Not a bad idea. Let's go over there.
The speakers below
Let's see if
are
we can
banged up
find the
and
planet of the
worthless.
base.
The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here. The speakers below are... These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faun Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
But what about the speakers?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash? That sounds like they're
Poor
from
speakers.
the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Can't I buy the speakers?
No way, officer! These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
But I need some speakers.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Damn, so you
Fine.
have to buy the sneakers.
I'll get them later. You drive a hard bargain.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
You got any tapes?
Tapes? You mean like music tapes? No, music is out. Don't listen to music. I sell extremely cool sunglasses if you want to get your mojo going.
Do you know where I could find some tapes?
Tapes? Tapes are everywhere. They're worthless. Kids throw them in the trees. There's one in the bushes, right behind this lorry. No one would ever throw a good pair of high-quality plastic sunglasses in the bushes, mister.
I appreciate your sell.
The hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. Bronze-colored ribbons of magnetic tape are caught in its branches, fluttering in the breeze.
Let's get our interfacing gear on. Unless I've already got it maxed out. I might. I've got those gloves on that are +2.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane. A wintry like an immaculate labyrinth. The magnetic tape twists and turns around the branches. You just can't get it loose. All you've done is make your fingers bleed from the thorns.
All right, I'll do it.
The gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane.
But
A
we've now
wintry
maxed
breeze
out.
blows by, making the magnetic tape flutter.
Let's see if I kill myself on a tree.
With slow and deliberate motions, pulling, bending,
Shockingly,
and
I didn't.
unraveling, you manage to extricate the magnetic tape from the branches. It curls up into a mess inside your pocket. If only you could find a way to re-spool it, so that you could hear what's on the tape. Maybe Roy from the pawn shop can help you.
I have an empty tape.
What's the tape for?
I promise to make the music better.
How? It's broken and unspooled. Do you think your new buddy knows how to fix it?
I think I can figure it out.
You could also get it fixed at the pawn shop across the street. We shouldn't waste our time.
Good idea. He might have the tools. The tape projector
Fair.
in the pawn shop uses similar tape.
Good job, tree.
Patting the tree reveals a small sticker which has almost been worn to oblivion. It reads, RCM Emergencies Desk, number 8102, Underneath a slogan, "Mankind, be vigilant," the gnarled hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain endures the wintry gusts with ease.
Good job, tree.
Top of the morning to you. How may I be of service?
Is it being forced to get up for work at dawn a little inhumane?
Perhaps. I just like being awake for the transition between night and morning, bearing witness to the first hints of light on the horizon.
Fair enough, my dude. Can you fix this?
You mean re-spool it? Yeah, I do, but...
Can you?
But I'm not some Mr. Fix-It. I'm a pawnbroker. If you want to pawn the tape, sure. Although it looks pretty... worthless.
Just explain why you need this so much. He's bound to understand.
I'm trying to help people out.
Huh? What do you mean?
You know that old church?
Yes. What about it?
I met some ravers over there that want to turn into a club. They want some weird neo-disco beats.
Is it any good? The music, I mean.
Not really. But we want to make it better.
Man, you're really invested in this. Okay, I'll help you out. It's going to take a moment, though, so just sit back and relax.
My man.
You take some time to look around the store. The play of visuals all around the pawn shop is mesmerizing. Suddenly, Roy turns back to you with a reel of tape in his hand and coughs.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, my pleasure. I'll do what I can for true passion projects. Just try not to use this tape for negative photon emissions. Take responsibility, okay?
Absolutely, bro. I will not create any negative photos. Photons even. Only positive photons here.
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man?
What happened?
Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same.
Where is her name?
The prick is gone. I can barely believe it, but he's really gone.
Where what happened?
Hell, most likely. He was an absolute cunt.
What happened to him?
His hungry little heart finally gave out. The dock workers found him in the guard booth this morning. Wasn't even supposed to be working for another week, but he just had to prove how tough he is. Guess he was about to head home, 'cause when the dock workers found him, he was wearing civilian clothes and not the Kuketu uniform I saw him in all the time. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me off. Now the joke's on him, 'cause he's gonna be buried without it.
Jesus.
I repeat, an absolute cunt. Even his old army buddies didn't want him around. He was like an old viper. The only people who could stand to be around him were Jenny and me. She saw something in him when we were just kids and... And she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in the world can love him, then there must be something worth holding on to.
Damn, I'm sorry, bro.
Yes, we are both very sorry for your loss.
It is what it is, part of life really. But to know someone for 79 years, then one day they're just gone. I just don't know anymore. About anything really. But you must need something.
Damn guy.
Yes. What about René?
Yes.
It is I just don't know anymore.
Sorry, bro. That sucks. Even though that guy was an asshole. Who put all this loot here?
The large-headed youth has closed his eyes.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah!
Let's see if this does anything.
Yeah! Remix time! Tape goes here, into deck B.
A hand on his ear, he listens to the audio through his headphones and shouts.
Wow! Did you get this from Arno himself?
A great excitement is bubbling to the surface within him. This is big.
What do you mean?
Listen, I'm just going to show it to you. Ready?
Ready. Hell yeah.
Perfectly.
That rocks.
Now if only we had the beat for the full assault, it would be unbelievably hyper.
We have to upgrade
Intriguing.
it again.
The way I see it, Van Eyck based his remix on some famous original piece, like a folk song, something local. Seems you found an initial part with the main melody.
I think it's just happenstance. Chaos in action. Contingencies of our limited existence. That and Egghead's fantastic talent.
Hell yeah.
Noid's right. Egghead's technical talent is the key. No, this is definitely part of the same song. Something cut from it. It fits too well. Something mysterious is going on here.
Maybe he lives around here. But no. It's our man.
Be how it may, if it fits, it fits. Bring up the volume.
What about the bass? Do you have any ideas for that?
Yeah, I remember. You said it needs more bass.
We'll see if we can figure something out, my man.
Yo, the warrior! The warrior of dance music!
Hell yeah.
Don't be too hard
Yeah,
on
we
yourself
are.
if you don't figure it out. I think the jam's already pretty ultra.
But it could be hyper hardcore!
Hell yeah, I could. Who got to give up something? Much as I love this one, it's not as important. This one won't take long to master. Ahem. The question won't leave you. Why did the melody line from a broken Discovery cape fit perfectly into the song played by some speed freaks in a frozen tent? Can it be coincidence? Maybe it's the hand of the man-machine himself. In his attempt to craft the perfect song. Maybe an egghead is actually Arnold van Eyck in disguise. Ike. It could be. Alright, while we think about this, we're going to read for a little bit.
The cover of this pocket-sized volume features a swirl of orange, yellow, and green. The title, A Brief Look at Inframaterialism, is set in an authoritative yet approachable serif font. What an interesting color palette. It's vibrant, yet somehow leaves you ever so slightly nauseated. On the inside jacket flap, you find a brief summary. What is inframaterialism? A highly theoretical branch of Mazovian communism? A collection of mystical ramblings by a discredited revolutionary? Or possibly both?
Dun dun.
This brief look, TM, introduces readers to one of this century's most fascinating and misunderstood theories in a concise, jargon-free manner.
Let's do it.
You turn to the table of contents. The guide itself is divided into several sections with seemingly esoteric titles like Effects of Plasm on Root Vegetables and Mental Projection and Transference. There's also a brief introduction about the life of Ignas Nielsen.
Let's read the introduction.
Known to his numerous admirers as the evangelist of the revolution, and to his even more numerous enemies as the apocalyptic Shrike, Ignas Nielsen remains one of the most controversial and fascinating figures to emerge in the years of the anti-centennial revolution, second only to Karamazov himself. During his unparalleled life, he helped guide a revolution in one country and found a new state in another. Along the way, he committed some of the most notorious war crimes in an era famed for its atrocities.
Sounds right.
And yet, his most fascinating contribution to history may be the most overlooked. His theory of ideological plasm, from which his followers and successors developed the school of communism known as inframaterialism. If you're like most people,
Alright, let's
you probably believe that your thoughts reside in your brain, right? That's not right at all. Thoughts don't exist in the brain. They float through the air. Your brain is but a fish swimming through them.
I always thought I swing through them.
Very interesting. And not so far removed from Ignas Nielsen's own theories.
Oh god, he was also someone with too many points in Inland Empire.
As Mazov's devoted comrade and leading theoretician, Nielsen was responsible for developing much of the intellectual foundation of communism. But his interests and speculations were famously wide-ranging. During his final years in exile, he produced, among other things, an early guide to home brewing, instructions for raising revolutionary children, plans for a universal pictographic language, and a detailed materialist critique of Dolores Day's chess strategy.
Amazing.
A true man of ideas, equal to any of the great DeLorean polymaths. But one subject he returned to time and time again was the fundamental relationship between thoughts and matter.
Am I going to learn to become a communist psychic?
We may yet discover, he wrote in his notebooks, that under certain exceptional circumstances, the proletariat's embrace of historical materialism may be so fervent that their beliefs take form in the world of matter as a kind of revolutionary plasm.
Whoa.
Whoa is right. What's more, Nielsen speculated that this plasm, when it becomes powerful enough, might begin to influence the material reality surrounding it. Hence the name, infra-materialism.
We're going to become revolutionary psychics, let's go.
Unfortunately, Nielsen passed away before he was able to develop these initial ideas into a full-fledged theory. That work was left to subsequent generations of communist theorists. Building on Nielsen's basic insight, these theorists reached a startling conclusion that a sufficiently revolutionary state might begin to exhibit certain extra-physical effects based on the amount of plasm generated by its citizens.
So they're saying that if enough people believe in communism, it will come true.
The actual theory is highly technical, but for the purposes of this brief look, TM, that's a fine working definition of the concept.
Perfect.
That's because this is absolute idiocy, not even worth engaging with. No. There's something here. You can feel it.
Let's do it.
Inframaterialists divide the extra-physical effects of the revolutionary state by the level of plasm required to achieve them.
Oh God, we got to build up our damn bar. Our Watt meter needs to max out to achieve communism. Amazing.
At the lowest, or first level, revolutionary plasm is believed to stimulate or invigorate matter without altering its essential properties.
What does it do?
To take one example, during the revolutionary period, many communard farmers in Grad reported extraordinary yields of certain root vegetables, most notably turnips. The difference in these yields was simply too great to be accounted for by mere climate or soil conditions. The only reasonable explanation, inframaterialists argue, is the high level of revolutionary plasm emanating from the commune itself.
I've reached level 1. They reached level 1 communism, let's go.
Even today, in parts of the SRV, there are collective farms whose root vegetable yields exceed those thought possible by capitalist agronomists. Who's to say the farmers aren't just cooking the books? Sounds like obvious SRV propaganda.
No, it's magic.
It's also been postulated that plasm may account for the remarkably full and manly facial hair observed on many communist males.
Yes, I see.
Of course, inframaterialists argue that revolutionary plasm may stimulate human physiology in other ways as well. In fact, reports from the revolutionary period claim that the most radically devoted communards were able to engage in vigorous intercourse for up to 8 hours at a time.
I got this. Clearly I am a communard.
"8 hours? There's no way. Your equipment would be mashed to jelly."
Pathetic.
Hyper-productive vegetables and ultra-horny communards are fine, but this theory hasn't quite gotten strange enough for you.
True, let's get stranger.
And on that note, you feel like you've gotten the general idea of inframaterialism, enough to carry on a basic conversation at least. But if you'd like to go even deeper into some of the more speculative aspects of the theory, you could always read further. Of course you want to go deeper. What else are you here for?
Yes.
The book fits quite snugly into your palm. It would also fit comfortably into a jacket pocket.
I must know more.
You flip forward a few pages until you come upon a chapter titled Mental Projection and Transference.
Let's do it.
When a community has achieved a sufficiently high degree of revolutionary fervor, inframaterialists believe that second-level effects may be observed. At this second level, certain hyper-revolutionary individuals may even develop the ability to extend their thoughts into material space and vice versa. According to inframaterialist theory, yes.
I'm going to become
under
a psychic.
suitably revolutionary conditions, that is. Of course, one doesn't need to be a communist to be attuned to the thoughts of your brothers and sisters. It's become something of a folk legend that during their final meeting, Nielsen and Mazov didn't speak a single word, preferring to sit in silence with their chamomile tea, reading one another's thoughts.
Cool.
One of the minor tragedies of the late revolutionary period is that few reliable accounts survive. Much of what we know of the communards' activities during this period come from memoirs and second-hand accounts, some only written down decades after the fact, and of dubious authenticity.
So why does this only work for them?
Because plasm has never been directly observed, the exact mechanism behind these effects remains entirely speculative. In other words, there's no evidence that any of this mind-reading stuff is real.
Shut up, logic. I'm having fun here.
Why are you getting hung up on mechanisms? Open your mind's aperture just a little wider. You're so close to true understanding.
I'm with you.
This should be more than enough for a stimulating discussion. That said, if you're still yearning for more, you must. Everyone knows books save their best parts for the end.
Let's learn what level 3 communism is. What happens when the communist Waaiaik reaches maximum power?
You breeze through the next several sections until you arrive at the final chapter, titled A Communism Above Reality.
Let's do it. We're going to max out.
When a society's revolutionary fervor reaches the third and highest level, inframaterialist theoreticians have postulated that the laws of physics cease to be laws.
What next?
More like suggestions, according to some of the SRV's leading inframaterialists. Of course, it's impossible to say what exactly happens under these conditions. No known society has ever achieved the levels of revolutionary enthusiasm the theory seems to require. Some inframaterialists have even argued that it might require more plasm than humanity alone may be capable of producing.
Where could we get more?
In the SRV, there have been attempts to organize certain species of aquatic mammals, as well as a few of the higher corvids.
We're making call me this birds. We will turn all the crows into communists. Let's go.
But, as of this writing, only human beings have demonstrated the intellectual capacity for revolutionary communism.
We could do it. Has anyone ever gotten to the 3rd level?
There are numerous stories from Samara involving bandits or fascist mercenaries being levitated by farmers from the most ideologically advanced communes. Of course, few of these incidents have ever been rigorously investigated or substantiated. The form of these stories also recalls several well-known Samaran folk tales, in particular the one commonly known as Clever Oleg and the Flying Magistrate. Among known attempts to channel 3rd level capabilities, the most well-documented is the curious case of Coalition warship Debutante.
Tell me more.
It concerns an interesting series of events that took place during the invasion of Revachol. As Coalition forces made landfall, a cadre of Nielsen's most fervent acolytes attempted to compress a Coalition aerostatic with their collective will. According to Communard law, these acolytes positioned themselves at the top of a redoubt just over the bay of Revachol. From that vantage, they proceeded to visualize pinching Coalition warship Debutante between their fingers, a gesture believed to assist in the extra-physical materialization of their thoughts.
Amazing.
The acolytes, along with the redoubt, were vaporized in an artillery strike before the process could be completed.
It would have worked.
It's been said, though, that in the weeks following the battle, the captain of the Debutante noted an increase in incidents of crewmen striking their heads on unexpectedly low
They almost
bulkheads.
did it.
Of course, colorful anecdotes only scratch the surface of what inframaterialists believe may be possible in a truly 3rd level society.
They almost did it, they almost crushed them. What would a society like that even look like?
Some have theorized that such a society would be fundamentally unrecognizable, lacking many of the institutions we typically take for granted in advanced societies, including organized governments, financial institutions, and law enforcement. Did that book just say there's no place for you in this future? This sounds like a seditious fantasy. How can they allow books like this in print? Others have argued that people living under 3rd level conditions will be immune to such infirmities as hunger, disease, and mental illness. In some of his later writings, Nielsen himself speculated about the potential for an extra-physical architecture.
My score is very low and it's very funny.
Of bourgeois physics, and instead relies on the revolutionary
Hell
faith
yeah.
of the people for structural integrity.
Bushwell physics. The buildings will stay up because we believe they will.
Precisely. Nielsen observed that the financial system operates on the same principle of faith. So why not an architectural system?
True.
On the following page, you come across a few black and white reproductions from Nielsen's own notebooks. One sketch depicts a government ministry shaped like a great inverted pyramid, a hectare in width at the top, balanced atop foundations the size of common apartments.
Perfect.
Another depicts a leaning tower wrapped in a dramatic helix. The caption beneath it reads, "The Tower of History."
My man was just creating his own setting. I take this as he was literally just creating his own source book and everyone after it misinterpreted it. They thought he was being for real, but this was just his D&D setting.
Something about that tower looks awfully familiar. Could it be that's what the students were trying to recreate with the matchboxes?
It's a cool idea.
There is no more. You've reached the outer theoretical limits of communism, and in less than 200 pages. If you'd like to read further, may we recommend a brief look at Occidental architecture?
What a good read. And we finished the thought.
Arno van Eyck. Okay, so Egghead is clearly not Van Eyck in disguise. Van Eyck is an Oranese disc jockey, but those people get around, especially in Revachol, in the clubs on Boogie Street. Perhaps he stayed here for a short stint and discarded part of the song he was working on, just threw it away, and then it ended up in the hawthorn tree. But why? Did he think it was retrograde? It wasn't. Perhaps he caught a glimpse of the future and did not want for it to arrive just yet. Perhaps the city whispered the top line to him, and he was frightened by it.
I have discovered something new.
The large-headed...
Good morning, comrade! Yeah!
J'adore! God is close by, but maybe he doesn't have good enough ears. Let me turn it up so we can lure him here.
Hell yeah. We got to go find him a base. Oh, I should actually talk to them about what I went there for. Entirely forgot about the whole thing. He is the best.
I see you. Hi again. So, how are things going?
Let's talk about the church.
Yes? What's the deal?
She needs your speakers for a project.
We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of Nordic dance music.
You'll have to share space for a couple weeks until she gets her research finished.
That's fine. We can manage. And you're still sure about keeping our little side business, right?
No drugs. Only love and Nautic dance music.
Fine. We can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours, maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Hell yeah.
Yes, what is it?
Can we get started?
What? What did you
say?
How the project going?
I can't hear you! The music is too loud!
Project.
Oh, the project! It's not going well!
Why?
There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers.
Why don't you ask him?
He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekokata! A place to be, apparently! Thanks! Maybe you can
Let's
get
do
through
it.
his magic rhymes! Let me know how it goes!
Oh, I know his language.
Delorian Church! The place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Hell yeah.
He stands on stage behind a table, nodding along to the music and waving
We'll get
his
that
hand
bass line
in the
yet.
air. In front of him, the audio mixer, one reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side you see an auxiliary line in with the number 4.5 written next to it.
How you liking the church?
Yeah! Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party place!
Hell yeah.
The first page of the second chapter!
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
Yeah, we got you should speakers.
To the mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary! What kind of a cable does she use? 3.5 or 4.5?
3.5, my man.
Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Hell yeah.
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him! Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Music for a minute.
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. For a special scheduled event.
He is perfect.
The Arno will be back! But we're doing something else for one moment. Alright, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes. And then I'll turn off the music.
He is the party boy.
Yes, what is it?
Alright, let's do it.
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum!
Maximum.
Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
Amazing.
He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless.
He can't turn it down.
Of course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Hell yeah.
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant
Let's
nods
see what nothing
stoically.
sounds like.
Suddenly, your palms are sweaty. The church seems cold and large, somehow.
My knees are weak. My arms are heavy. Mom's spaghetti.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
Did we find a black hole or something?
It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana! Mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
I've never heard anything this hardcore in my life.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
Honestly, fair enough, my man, this is weird.
The window is going to come down! No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to us! Love!
Below it, all the bass grows, like the jaws of a giant compressor gnawing on metal and wood. It does not sound benevolent at all. It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists.
That's it. I'm muting it.
It's rad.
Beautiful car! Beautiful life!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down.
We're seeing what's on the other side.
But then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
Fair enough. It had reached way too hardcore.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it.
Suliswolf isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
I agree, this game is incredible. Kim, did you hear that shit?
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
Fair.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again.
What was that?
It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically, I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
Seriously, did we find a black hole or something?
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. If they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
That's fair.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway.
What happens now?
Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suliswolf. Also devise further measurements.
I want you to know that's
Fair
totally
enough.
chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway.
That's the best she can manage for Andre. It's quite a lot in truth. For her, at least.
Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
You have an explanation for all this. Somewhere deep in you, you know. The person you were knows.
I also do. I saw that exact same thing and thought that was great. I know I've got some logic boosts. Let's pile some on. Hell no, we're doing other shit.
Yes, what is it?
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago.
How?
These thoughts formed in you somewhere, in a long-forgotten discussion, behind a kitchen table, in the evening light, drinking coffee and smoking, with a friend.
I think we just heard about the Pale.
What?
The Swallow, that's how it starts.
But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
The payroll is only affect a transition between the world and that.
Then, what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
It's the void.
Then the Pale is...
A gradient.
But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not.
One day it might be.
I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world.
I love this shit. It's hitting me directly now.
According to this, how long?
I have no idea, but it started.
And information. Causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
An intellectual hunger fills her now, casting fear aside.
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM
knows how to think this.
It didn't form in a church, the church formed around it.
Of course! A pine wood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers.
Acting on an instinctual level or some practice we forgot.
I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of provincial settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
I thought about this before.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
Damn.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Still insane, but I also am.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
We will fight out the apocalypse with music.
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthroponetic detection to perform in this district.
The creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the Pale right on the doorstep.
We were actually hearing a ghost.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through Pale, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place
I love this
100 years
shit.
ago. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything.
Thanks, man.
Anytime.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah! Harder car!
That sound was wild.
Yeah! It was awesome! and scary. Very hardcore. Too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it. At all.
What happened?
It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it. Completely fills up the headspace. Extreme!
Could we use it?
Oh! But how?
What do we have around here to achieve some sort of parallel processing?
I don't know, man. I think that's a great idea. I think it's perfect. Alright, I got to get my gear together. I should also learn some new things. Which means I have to forget certain things. I'm sorry, Detective Custo, you don't have enough value. Rest in peace for our fallen detective. I'm going to study this armor first.
Set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000?
Probably not that many.
Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
Lexi. What are you people think?
How about something simple, like the club?
Hello there. How you doing over there, small?
Too modern and too ironic. We don't want ironic, we want real. Real and true and beautiful, like a morning after the rave.
What are you proposed to the name Andre?
The name. Everything I managed to come
How
up with
are you
sounds
doing?
just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
Hey, you got any ideas? I still need to watch that. I haven't caught the new season yet. I've only heard good things though.
Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to be!
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! quarters in Mega!
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the Mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
Annoyed what you got?
The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia!
It's not amnesia, guys.
Sooner you got anything.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
Hey Kim, you got anything?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
Very fair, I should actually do that too. I haven't rewatched it again since the first time I went through it.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, Estelle. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
I should probably do that myself. I was going to see about starting the next season pretty soon. I've just been pretty stuck on time.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
But Disco Elysium? Isn't it wacky? Disco's kinda gone, isn't it? Forgotten.
The past is the future, but the future is dead!
Yeah, that'd be a bad idea.
No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave. Like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Hell yeah.
Andre breaks into frenzied dance.
Whoops, dropped my camera.
To celebrate the name. Someone turns up the beat.
1 SEC. What did I just do? Where did you go, you? Try to find where my phone holder upper went. Hey, where'd you go? There it is. Its cable got caught around my leg. So I moved and it flew. Whatever.
You should go with the flow. Join in on the experience.
Hell yeah.
It feels good. It feels right. But what is this? What is this thing that Andre is doing with his limbs?
What are you doing?
I'm dancing!
That soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing?
We got to work on your dancing, buddy.
Yes, my man!
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But the beat is still so weak. What if you rerouted the terrifying audio assault that the lead programmer's microphone setup picks up through this compressor?
Goodbye, officer.
We are going to achieve maximum music. Are you all ready? It's time to break the laws of reality by using the sound of the void of a growing black hole as the base for a music. Let's do it.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah! Harder, car!
I might need to reload a few times. Don't worry about it. I'm not cheating.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah!
Look at the ceiling.
Harder, car!
You have a pretty cool ceiling, don't you? Isn't it cool how ceilings exist?
Good morning, comrade!
Lungs are for love, communism forever!
They hold up the top of the house that you know. From the rain. If we didn't have the ceiling, it would suck. Oh, you can look back though. We have to sidechain the beat.
Listen, you can use the compressor to select between which track it's compressing, either the auxiliary signal or the main input from the tape. Make it alternate between the signals. The compressor controls the gain based on the level of the signal on the aux sidechain input. It will allow maintaining a loud sound without peaks that fill up all the headspace.
That's an actual thing. They brought someone in here who knew what they were talking about.
Sidechaining it, you said?
Then he puts on his headphones and his eyes go wide, wider than they've ever gone on drugs. He starts jumping up and down with bliss in total silence, still listening to his headphones.
Hey, what did you do to Egghead, Cop Man? Did you break him?
I believe in him.
Are you ready, pussy?
I am.
Noid straightens his back, ready for the beat.
I was born ready, Egg.
Let's do it.
The audio assault is glorious. The speed freak dances on the stage,
Hell yeah.
intensely waving his hand in the air.
That's actually pretty great.
This is beauty! This is life!
We have figured it out.
What in the world is going on? The way melody and bass flow together. It's unnatural.
Your body is taking a beating from the low frequencies crashing over you. It's making you feel alive again.
We've got it.
Introducing the ultimate sound!
We've made the sound our own. We will push back the void with music.
God damn it! This dance club idea might just work out.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Pump it! Pump it!
Who will be the innocence of hardcore melodic dance music?
Perfection.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
We've discovered the beat, now we must discover the rhythm. Oh whoops, that was a negative. I'll be back for this. I'd come here. This quest is unfortunate, a little hard to do on account of him having died. Whoops. Oh, I forgot to talk to Noid.
You got us in, cop! I can't believe you got us in!
With wonder in his sharp eyes.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. You really
Fair
came
enough.
through for the hardcore underground.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
Andre is busy cutting some slightly less lame, but still quite ungainly shapes on the church floor, sweating profusely. Estelle using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass. Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you.
I love all of these.
Okay.
What he means is, you're right, actually. The tent was a safety hazard, and this place was deserted anyway.
Yeah, we got through with him. What do you think about the church, man?
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more.
How old do you think it is?
That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude, the sea, perhaps something more fundamental.
He means something paranatural. He must...
I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well.
Like the anomaly, maybe.
Maybe they were unable to face the nature of the world, perishing.
What style is this built in?
A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism, lawmongerer. It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture.
I'm not just a cop, I'm an art cop.
Art of core.
Tell me more.
Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out?
What would it look like?
Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny.
Marriage is shit. Fuck virtue. Be you.
Right.
But also this isn't painted white as far as I can tell.
Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside, before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss.
What do you mean about that bodies?
Dead bodies are perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total.
Tell me more.
I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them, and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it.
Where is that quote from?
A Sarais man who lived a long time ago. An ancient hardcore brother.
Also hello there. Welcome home. So you're not big fan of religion?
A 3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false core.
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
But you said they were all about love and hardcore.
I only said unity. One word. Figures of authority always misquote you. Andre doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are.
Total supplant the system.
Anodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do.
Do you like the glass work?
I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye. I didn't know it was in here. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
It's true.
Mass murder on the floor!
All of the answers. Amazing. She is a bit terrified.
There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
The speed freak looks the same way. It is dark there, in the back of the church. For a moment, the music echoes strangely.
Would you say she was human?
I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that.
Yeah, they hate me too.
Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
She's pretty though.
She invented the beauty you're feeling. She and her glass cutters and iconographers. You set the standard, alright. Then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers.
I don't know if I call her soft core.
You may be onto something, Copper Man. She's got those mass-murdering hips.
I've made characters with those before. Humanism seems like a pretty big deal around here.
Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass-produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass-produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
And many, many more tons of sugar.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long-dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know?
Isn't she supposed to be something about a world spirit?
The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit. This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs. She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are.
Oh yeah, this guy is way deeper than he seemed to be. We just need to get our signs to match up so we talk to us.
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window?
It's a nice window.
Why do you keep saying that if it isn't making you feel well? Don't come back to this anymore. Stop talking about that damn window.
How are you selling in?
Hard to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything's properly synced. I did get to talk to the crab man, though.
You mean Tiago?
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us.
What do you mean?
The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him.
What are you talking about?
The crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus. Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church, surrounding it, to contain it.
Keep going.
I dunno. And it's not something they properly understood either, what it does. But it's what this sonar person is looking for, and trying to measure. It'll be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
What makes you think she's going to fail?
Seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance.
Fair enough.
Maybe you can figure things out, Cop Man. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well.
Why are you so suspicious about stuff?
Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me Noid for nothing.
Honestly, fair enough, I am a cop.
It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced.
Why are you called Noise anyways?
It's short for paranoid.
Tell me more.
A reasonable question. Say I get hurt. I want to make sure it never happens again. So I analyse the situation. Exercise caution. Caution is suspicion.
What are you suspicious of?
It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away.
This is a good, dangerous line of questioning. You should prod him on.
What are the most suspicious things?
I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
Something is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
Don't you mean the other way around?
No. Politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Grad.
Probably. Tell me more.
I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. The original mistake was assuming that words have more being
Whoops,
than
actually
bodies.
press the button.
That's what led us astray. Far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
What's this about this?
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves.
But I like cereal grain.
Yes, having food is means to an end. But the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
I mean... He's not wrong.
It's our own nothing. Animals are cool, guys. I like animals too. But that doesn't mean I have to be one myself.
Cool.
His eyes flicker.
You mentioned true life, what would that be like? Are you a true anarchist? Or are you one of those luxury gay space communists?
The life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself. And others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness, It will be hardcore.
Tell me more.
Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
These really are people here to create the planet of the base.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly. The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
I don't know if my mind's telling me to say the right thing here.
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
The last answer. The ones that are more hardcore roll over the ones that are less hardcore. Fair enough, fair enough.
He picks up a wrench and scratches his head with it, unaroused by fascism.
So you're advocating a noise-based society?
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true, hardcore life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion.
What does this even mean to you?
Utmost dedication. Thoughts from the spinal cord is a potent superlative as well.
The term also signifies certain varieties of pornography that depict penetration, just so you know.
True.
Egghead usually has a better concept of the hardcore. He just really likes saying hardcore.
Hardcore!
It also denotes porn.
That's a pretty hardcore coincidence, don't you think?
Yeah!
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, sure thing.
Tell me about your clothes.
They're hardcore.
That's it.
They're just clothes. It's just a style.
Okay
you know?
then. Fair enough, my man. Can I up my conceptualization? Why am I currently not wearing pants?
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You will have to add something of your own to understand this list of loosely formed qualities called hardcore. You need your own entry. Make it. Test your limits. Surpass them. Dance till you drop. Dance till you die, if you must. Jumping around, as this sort of music requires, is actually a taxing physical activity and should be dignified with a sports suit.
It's time to party.
That's a good way to go. She's whistling a melody, her trusty contact mic attached to a wooden pulpit. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters. The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to thank you instead.
What for?
For getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are.
How's everyone doing?
Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sauna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does. Behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much. And the crabman hasn't shown himself, thank God.
Can you tell me more about your group?
Sure. You helped us out. I can repay the favor. What do you want to know?
What's up with Egg?
What do you mean?
Tell me more about him.
Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
The worst of the banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible area of Revachol. No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines. There were mines? Yeah, it was in Coal City. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two. You wish you'd been there.
What do you think he's up to?
Oh, that. He's the party boy.
Tell me more.
Anodic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offence if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
Pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
No offense taken.
Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
It was very good, but I couldn't click it.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway.
Hey, he was completely right. It is easier to get dancing when other people already are.
Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about Noid.
He's a Forburger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forburg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle.
What's he do?
What do you mean do? Like for a living?
Yes.
He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that, in a shop somewhere.
I understand.
Wow, you really have talked to him. Indeed. Noid serves no master but the beat.
And you?
Sir, I abide by the law.
A strange feeling, like before, when you caught her lying better than she should have. Every now and then, something feels off about the way she speaks. She doesn't exactly change tone, but you feel as though there's more about her than she lets on.
I know I like that too. What's his pilgrimage?
It's just something poor Fallberg kids do every spring. To pass the time, we walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock, or as much as possible.
Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have I not told you that I'm a reaching alcoholic recently drank himself into an oblivion so deep that he can't even remember what the sound like at the biggest streets in the city?
Kind of. I'm gonna say yes.
Good, 'cause I am.
Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool. It's got a lot of immigrants and all kinds of different people.
Will do.
Yeah. I hope you do. Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about the others.
Andre. He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer.
What's he done?
Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise around here either. He really wants this church thing to
Fair
work.
enough.
Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know?
The bottom one. Don't worry, we're corrupt as fuck.
Yes. Anyway.
He your boyfriend?
Yes.
Cool.
Who do you want to know about?
Tell me about Thiago.
Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on.
What you doing up there, you think?
Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do, yell up at the tower? Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess. Who do you want to know about?
Cool. What about the vibes of Suna?
Oh, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today she told me about Welkins? And she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Again?
Come on.
I told you, I'm a silver bird.
What does that mean?
It means I don't answer questions about myself. All right.
Good job, Automod.
There is.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Works for now. I've got a lot of things to work on here. Let's just wander for a second. I'm feeling like walking around. Just have a look at the world again. Guess someone cleaned up the body, that's good. Rest and pasta due to tripped and fell.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40 years.
Can you make a what's inside?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
Fair enough, my man.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some other small talk.
I'm going to let him handle that, that's fine. I don't need to question his professional skills. I just love the wandering music in this game.
There's nothing else to do with the traps.
Fair enough. It's very relaxing. Hey, we got over $100 again. Nice. I'm sure that's fine. By the way, In case you didn't know, the reason why I'm randomly finding things more and worse I go through the city is there are a lot of interactables that can only be noticed if you reach a certain checkpoint in different skills. So no matter what skill you get, you'll find different weird things throughout the city.
Whoa, what have we here?
A bridge.
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Kim, we've got a construction code violation here.
Sure, they never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Revachol looks better, though.
Think about the splinters.
The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
What do you mean?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Drama is getting mad at me for not being more of a dramatic bitch. Amazing. Kim, am I boring?
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Come on, I'm just trying to do my job.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
Fine, do it.
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Do what, you coward. Do it. I'm going to do that thing and actually look something up so I can tell if there's any reason to keep this. I don't actually know. Do I get anything from this because I have more important things to think about? Literally no one has answered the question if they do anything. So I assume they do nothing. We are learning the way of a regular cop. Okay, so it looks like you got a little bit of the normal you. A touch of the regular. 4G of Johnny Normal Cup. Who would have thunk it? You the most extremist of all cops. He said some pretty boring things back there. Now you have two choices. You either leave it behind and forget about it, or you try to utilize your normalcy. Eternalize it. Get in touch with the vanilla back into the herring-flavored egg and licorice ice cream that is your mind. Let's do it. Let's become normal. That's also pick up something else to read. He could use being just slightly more normal.
This
I think there was
not
something in
strictly
here.
About
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken
Yes,
to
weird
you.
book.
Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
Let's read about weird things.
medicinal purposes of the pearl. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols.
Let's do it.
Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
What's that?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical
so-called
trials,
experts.
readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. It's all quackery,
Let's
in
go.
other words. Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pearl, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
What about lost memories?
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
What about relentless torment of existence?
What you're describing is booze. You don't need any herbs for that.
What about apocalyptic headaches?
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
Hell yeah.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Ginger root.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Aloe vera extract. Wait, no AT.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
This for sure.
The ginger root will help with the nausea, and the birch bark tea will help you flush out the toxins. The ginseng should give you more energy, as a nice bonus.
That's a real thing, that's why I knew about it. That is a specific mixture used in a lot of Eastern cultures.
The very thought of this tea causes your muscles to relax and your mind to clear. You're more present and in control than you were a moment ago.
It's also not bad.
A tingle rushes down your spine, and you feel your toes uncurl. If only it could always be like this.
I want to figure out how to
Flipping
make
through
one
the
of
book,
those.
You find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
Let's see what other health advice it
Have
has.
you taken any walks through the pearl recently?
Maybe.
And on your walks, do you stop to meditate on the nature of your being?
Absolutely.
Good. And when you meditate, are you in the nude?
All the time.
Excellent. You're doing everything as you should. Regular Pale meditation has been shown to help keep your body lithe and strong, your mind alert and expansive. A note of caution, however, be sure to limit your exposure to the Pale to no more than an hour a day and no more than 3 hours total per week.
Got it. No, we just learned something.
Regular law official. You've done it, Harry. Whatever else you are, you're also boring now. It was not easy. You spent most of your life trying to funk up every nook and cranny of your personality. When someone says something political, the first 3 thoughts in your head are a ludicrous hodgepodge of communism, fascism, and stock tips. When they ask you why you did something, it's superstardom, apocalypse, or the mea culpas of the flagellant cop monk. It's not easy reaching for the 4th option, the normal one. But you have, and now you're not just crazy, you're also boring.
Hell yeah. That's pretty good right there. That'll let me get rid of some other thoughts I don't need. Geez, that's just generally really good. Oh, I should wait until this one finishes. Anything else I want to read in here?
Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are.
Anything cool here?
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power.
What?
A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely.
A true
I'll read
cultural
it.
touchstone. Enjoy the read.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy.
Let's take a look.
Browsing through the various chapters, you try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No.
Wogs.
Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned.
A yard so
This
hard
might
that I
take a
hit the
few
button.
minutes. You ready?
Yonder that is.
That's the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first Innocence? Oh yeah, this is what I was made for.
Come on, hook me up, man.
The pop quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila. Now blast that first Innocence.
God damn it, encyclopedia.
Thanks for nothing. Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism,
You lied to me.
internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful. and beautiful on all her icons.
I had to follow what it said. I
Her
had to see
colours
what
are
it was
silver,
doing.
white and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores,
I need to listen to the
stomach
voices in
acid
my head.
rises to the back of your throat, and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde hair. You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps? Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one. A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day. Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous
I have to
century
get everything
and even
wrong.
lived to see the current one. She was an urban planner.
I want to
who
hear
spoke
everything.
her mind and largely left history to its own devices, encouraging people to excel on their own rather than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence. Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again? Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he.
Fine.
But Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum. As the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
You got my back.
An innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world, a literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident or the known world in general, at least the parts that matter.
Encyclopedia, what are you doing?
I can do better. Okay, so commonly an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The innocence wins because an innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help?
No.
Damn. Great. Dolores. Incorrect. Vespa Messina is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident. It used to take up most of the peninsula before separating into the republics of Vespa and Messina. Care to try again? Correct. Named the innocence of militarism,
Damn.
he codified hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue. Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information.
All right, Encyclopedia, you've got my back.
Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Pericarnacian. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members.
Encyclopedia.
There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful. No, stop thinking it. I said it wasn't her. She was true. Correct. There have been a number of counter or
Damn,
false
I was right.
instances. Some assumed to have innocentic qualities. Some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous
I didn't
and
mean to get that right.
of these was Ernest Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence?
Me.
The most important of them all. The most
Spooky.
Precious to humankind.
It is high.
I've got it. Honest.
All right, hook me up. I'm listening.
Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro.
You sure about this?
0 doubts. While it was actually her. Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, and while many people, especially the Mesk, consider him a father figure,
No
due to
encyclopedia,
his
why?
militarism and nationalism, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego argues differently. Another choice, perhaps? Oh yes, militarism and nationalism. My bad.
I love that answers after.
Yes, obviously. Incorrect. He was a violent bastard, out to torture, maim, and kill whoever stood in his way. He was also a false innocence, disqualifying him from being the greatest and most important, and most precious to humankind. Would you like to try again?
Okay.
Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful, and more beautiful, and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a D, not particularly remarkable, but technically a passing grade. Not that anyone really expected better. You would have done better if you'd just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Damn you arrogant book.
What's going on with you?
Thinks it's so smart.
Okay. You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers.
Okay, we finish another thought. That's what I was buying time for.
Fairweather T500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work.
Yes, I agree.
You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
That seems like it will be useful when I inevitably have to fight those psychos. I have a lot of things to think about still, so I'm going to have to forget something. It's going to have to be this. I am not destruction top anymore. Copy either. Alright, let's think about hardcore. Not only have I internalized the hardcore aesthetic, you've also contributed to it. How hardcore could you possibly become? Low-core people come around you to correct your typos. It's hardcore here, hardcore there, and hardcore in the third instant. What's going on? Those aren't typos, man. That's how core hardness works. If you don't know how hardcore from our happy hardcore, what the fuck are we even talking about? Agreed. I completely understand everything it just said. I got to work on that one too.
I've got nothing to say to you.
Oh,
Why
yet
are
I
you
learned
wasting
more
my
about
time?
you.
I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries and focusing on why you are actually here. Titus Hardy.
You caught her off guard. Push her some more.
No, I learned more about you.
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question these men.
You set the pace and the topic of these conversations here. Establish that. A man like Easy Leo could have said anything. Do not be restrained, sire.
I represent the Union and these men here. Don't make this personal.
A very minor victory.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Whatever you say, buddy.
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar?
Where have I seen this?
You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time. You seen Apricot, old Purdue's daughter? Asks Lieutenant McCoy. Replies Torson. The ass on that one. McCoy shakes his head in appreciation. A bit strange the old man named her Apricot, but, I mean, who am I to judge? Wanna hit the kebab joint?
Oh.
You're just like real cops sitting around with your dicks in your hand.
You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
No, I'm also a big fan of beer and jerking off instead of helping people.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push, quick.
It's not about who did it, it's about the victim. She needs help.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Whatever you say.
Glacia, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's Amonju, with an O-U.
Shit. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Oh no.
Yeah. Blonde. Tall. 2 rooms over from yours. Sure. Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
What was her relationship with the mercenary, if anything?
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough. All of this is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
I know her.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months.
She's not from around here.
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant, or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie.
Fair
she doesn't
enough.
need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
When did it happen?
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
So you party, what does that mean?
What do you think I meant?
Karaoke,
Yeah,
clearly.
Tons of it. All the songs.
To your clothes.
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good
All right.
job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
Remember
All
what
right then.
I said.
Yeah. Whatever you say, buddy.
Officer, what was that?
You mean the sweating and fidgeting?
Yes.
And the quivering jello thing with the eye?
Yes.
I think I know her.
The victim? Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Oh, I'm not going to say that first thing. I'm going to say the third thing.
Okay, that's manageable. Understood.
I met
You
with
were
her
not in
after
good
I
shape
woke
on
up.
Monday.
And I think I hit on her.
Understood.
Better to not add anything to that.
What else did you do?
Nothing
You'll
else.
be all right, Lieutenant. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be all right. Is it though? Nothing? You're still in for a bumpy ride here. Try not to mess it up.
Fair enough. I got to adjust my stats. I'm at your little composer would probably help. Actually, that is. All right.
The door is
Let's
closed.
go have a rough conversation.
Who is it?
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up. This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush. Some pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners. Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how. A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it, in sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat.
I'm
just
not
to
taking
hold
it,
in
but
that
I
little
want to know
plastic
about it.
container. It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
So fun fact. I had to take that for a while. It hits. That is an actual thing they're talking about.
Preptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
Yet it was completely legal. It was an actual given by doctors.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Nope. We ain't taking it. I'm a sober cop now. Cop 2.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Not a bad view.
Nice. I don't know about that, officer.
Where a ripe
Fair
corpse
enough.
still hangs from the tree, spotted with green and purple. The woman doesn't flinch, but there is something in her light brown eyes. A sadness.
Cleaning lady, I probably need one too.
Oh yes. Legends of room number 1 have made their way
Oh
around
yeah,
the
I needed
building.
something good to end
They
the
say
night
a portal
with.
to hell has opened in there.
Disco Infernum.
They also say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the infernum.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
Oh yeah, feel the power.
Once a cop, always a cop.
Like riding a cop-a-cycle.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man who was hanged. The people responsible have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Yet. What's your name, miss, for the record?
Clausier Amondou.
Same name that Titus gave you. It sounds Oranese, as does her accent. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate.
What is it?
A bad memory, officer.
The Republic of Oranje is a democratic nation on the Muindi Isola, north of here, over the sea and across the Pale. It is one of the 6 major Occidental nations to hold stake in the continued occupation of Revachol, the coalition. People consider it a reasonable superpower.
Reasonable.
They will make you into a fiscal colony, divert your natural resources, hold patents and shares, but they won't threaten to wipe you out anytime, like Revachol did in its prime.
Of lilacs and lightning, parks, glass, duraluminium. Vredefort is a conference city. It's always autumn there. A night. At least it was for me.
What's so bad about that?
Nothing, if you're no longer there.
The conference centers are filled with people who get angry at you if you do something wrong.
Did something wrong happen?
Sooner or later, everyone does.
Fair enough. How old are you?
I'm 28.
What do you do?
Something stupid.
Wanna hear what's stupid? Somewhere in a one-room apartment on Boogie Street, a young man shows Patrol Officer Tilbrook his genital warts, asking if they're cancer. His partner, Emil Mullins, can't be there. He's in another apartment with another man who's showing him a dead dog under the radiator. It's dead, Mullins says. No, the man replies. I touched him. He's warm. He's warm, Mullins replies, because he's under the radiator.
What's that?
Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
What's that about?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are. Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then
Fair enough.
Revacholian lit would fit you like a glove.
What do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it. It's not very cool.
Cool.
But what can you do?
Can we take a look at your passport?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
Fair enough.
Okie dokie. The record.
Thank you.
So official.
So you got a cool room?
Yeah. It's pretty deluxe.
No one likes to talk about their dirty laundry and their empty bottles. Maybe if you phrase it emotionally.
He got sad written all over the place.
I've contaminated it pretty bad.
Is that why you're out here?
The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door. For me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there.
Somewhere below,
True.
Military-grade sad is dripping off the walls. You should say the first thing. It's honest. It will lead to introspection.
Something bad in my head from the past.
That's where it always comes from, isn't it? From the head and from the past.
It's a feeling. White and filled with doom. Dentist invisible deadly. True. It's everywhere.
Sounds like an advanced form of what I've got. With a bit of old love sprinkled on top.
Probably yet.
Love is terror.
What are you doing here?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
What I hear?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol?
Let's start right here.
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell. I'm wintering.
How long have...
About 4
Fair
months.
enough.
Here in the Whirling. I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
Fair enough. You're a bit too young to call yourself a husband. Has been even.
I'm really not.
I'm not going to comment on going through her drugs.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, torn and sparkling and draped in smoke.
I noticed your room's close to mine.
Yes. You're just one room away. Very personal.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something, like what you were doing before you blacked out.
You know what I was doing before I lost my memory.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions, like...
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Spoil sport. I wanted to avoid the hard question.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you mean? By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Actually, it's already afternoon nearing evening.
Is it? It is afternoon. Time flies, man. Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him. Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them.
What did happen?
We partied. A lot of partying going on.
What kind of party?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
No one parties harder than me.
Please, you're alive in 50. I've known people who party so hard they're dead at 14.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex. A little. The drugs were good
Fair
enough,
enough.
And we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment, a military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
She appears aloof, but that scar part, the scary, is stressed and drawn out. What's that about? Apprehension? With longing. She misses him.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
What can you tell me about him?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe.
Okay.
I keep seeing him like he is now. I can't talk about his, I don't know, hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return
Fair
to it
enough.
Oh yes. I have multiple viewpoints. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
You reported it, huh?
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes
Perfectly
is confidential
fair.
in Ravachol, miss.
Why'd you do it?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Tearing off his armor. Demeaning him. Throwing rocks at him.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little. With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
So, she's Scott's mystery phone cutter.
Clever.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry.
Why go through all this trouble?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. And he's still hanging there.
We will move the body to the morgue today, miss. Don't worry.
What did they hang him for?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
Yep.
And his role in this strike was...
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
How do they know you?
They're frequent guests. Downstairs, they have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now.
How did you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter. A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have. Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously.
Fair enough.
But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Could that have been part of the reason they hanged him?
Maybe jealousy.
I hope not. Actually, I know that's not the reason. I'm careful about that kind of thing. Not crossing the wires, you know? But that's probably where they got the rape idea.
What do you mean?
Men like that? I don't know. It's the way their imaginations work. I suspect it's what they'd like to do to me.
She breathes a silvery
All right,
sigh
then.
of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
Understood. Damn.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
It sure did.
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Why did you tell us?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it. If not you, then me.
Fair enough.
It was a smart move from her. You think so? She seemed forthcoming. Unusually so. Being forthcoming about some things is a good way to obscure other things. The best liars are always forthcoming. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back here soon enough.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
I also do.
Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No, more than that. The loyal Titus feels betrayed.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Cut the bullshit.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her. And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Titus Hardy!
Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody.
Yeah, you probably shouldn't start a gunfighting here.
Everard
Both of us are now armed.
Sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks. Frankly, it's a bit terrifying.
Yeah, this lady just got real intense.
Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Confessions are easy.
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
You lied to me.
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide
Fine,
behind.
asshole.
I'm sure we can find a tape player.
Where can I listen to this? Why don't you try shoving it up your ass, genius?
Yeah, play it with your ass, cocksucker.
I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. You do that. Oh, and keep it.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Oh man, this guy's in trouble.
The compact tape player is still and silent. The machine was made in Revachol by a company called Elysium. Their logo depicts the triple-towered Delta skyline. It was supposedly built to last.
This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, but it isn't anymore. My kinema only comes with radio. Let's try to find it.
Yeah, I was going to go buy that anyways. Also, we should probably get some witness protection for that lady now.
Hello again. How can I help
don't trust
you?
those guys.
Yeah, we still have those boomboxes on the shelves.
Minecraft,
The
fair
boomboxes
enough.
wait on the shelves, and your boombox,
Okay, fair
that
enough
gold
even.
and amber Harmon Waushi, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes.
And here you are. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sounds and shapes.
Sounds good to me, buddy. Thank you for the boombox. All right.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. You push Command C, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrête on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
What's out at the very end?
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
Sound interpreted.
Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
Who's this Cordy?
Corty could be short for Cortenard, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. Probably the mountain at the harbor gates. Mr. Right to Work. A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
The South Safre conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safre. It has been hot for 12 years, with the atrocities piling on, mostly committed by the Grad.
You think he was there?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
What now?
I think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night. The contrast feels chilly, inappropriate even.
Do we have time for another long conversation sequence? Not quite, I don't think. There's one more thing I wanted to do before we end though, or at least see if I still can. First we need to pass some time.
The display rack is brimming with mountains of it.
Damn, I might be out of books to purchase. Oh wait, no, there was one more. I didn't get the corner bookcase.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels.
Of course. Such violence and immorality. I mean, enjoy.
Thanks, lady. I for what love violent any more early. Violence and immorality.
Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch. The cover features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are two silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Are you really reading that, detective?
I have to.
Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
The point is for the reader to feel like they're solving the crime along with Dick Mullen. A crude narrative convention, but no less effective for it. The story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullen is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullen to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Insulindian coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullen does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law.
Look, I can't judge.
2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullen learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullen dropped him off in by a man matching Mullen's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops released their prime murder suspect so he can find the real killer. Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
This is pretty silly. They aren't experts on homicide investigations.
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana Deneva.
Okay, nice a thing.
And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million, a knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Sounds like my kind of woman.
She's any man's kind of woman, according to this book. Are you sure about that? Something about her gives you a bad feeling. What kind of secret is she hiding? You couldn't handle a woman like that. Look at yourself. You couldn't even handle your... Stop. Don't say it.
Don't say what?
Nothing. Forget it. Go back to your story.
Okay.
Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover.
I love it.
And that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullen begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead. Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
Tell me about the politician's son.
A typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height, and while interrogating him at his home, Mullen did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
What about the art collector?
Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Spillane got did. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Diana Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle?
Got it.
One evening, Diana Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms.
As you do.
Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
How is he expect to solve murder if he keeps sleeping with the witnesses?
The man's a prosecutor's nightmare. Solving a murder counts for nothing if all the evidence gets thrown out in court over police misconduct. That's just Dick Mullen's modus operandi. He might bend the rules, but he closes cases like no one else can.
Oh God, it's like me reading a medical thriller.
As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Diana Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you."
Macroviruses. My favorites.
I love you. Whatever it is, Mullin never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly.
Oh shit.
When Mullin comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood. Mullin trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullin didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. Dick Mullin won't be sent to the clink for the sake of some legal niceties. The heat is on. If Dick Mullin can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Got a couple other questions.
What is it, Detective?
Why does everyone around him wind up dead?
It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has to do it. That's why Dick Mullin never lets anyone get too close.
Why do you want to become a detective?
There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
But why?
Dick Mullin was made to crack skulls and solve cases. It's who he is. He could no more stop being a detective than a tiger could cease to be a predator in the night.
I mean, I think that tigers are mostly not nocturnal predators.
You're no tiger though, Harry. You're a man. It's your curse to have to choose. For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses. You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other words. So, who did it, Detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
Love did them in.
What? That doesn't even make sense. There's never a straight answer with you, is there? You just get hooked on random
No,
stupid
I want to do
notions
this.
and then repeat them every chance you get. Now go on. Find out who really did it. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone.
I will never
Dozens
know.
of pages scatter across the ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take way too long.
Ah, yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. They are not made to last. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your own murder, huh, Detective?
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullin and the mistaken identity.
Perfect.
Hardcore aesthetic. Oh yes, drugs. We're talking about drugs. Let's face it, these flirtations with the hardcore aesthetic have all been leading up to one question. Can I do drugs harder now that I'm a hard cop? And the answer is yes. You can.
Probably not.
You can do one more blast of Pyrrolidon and yellow shit powder. You can even pull a ciggy and a lager on top of that. There, you've truly made the hardcore your own thing now.
And I will immediately forget that. Wait, no, I need to save a point.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
My book ripped before the end. Do you know what happens?
Which book was it, sir? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you. Crime fiction, is it? And it's... You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. More about books...
Dang it, I need a pass exactly
Hi, Ace
1 minute.
Detective. Oh, King. I think that's why.
Seems like
But it does make the famous people more. Why would they do that? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a. It's the type. Or there could be a story. I haven't read many of those. I'm sure she can help. Maybe some about other.
Damn it.
the face of King. It takes a moment. Why? It evokes as you leave. The main feature, though, you flip back to the.
Alright, I want to check something. Before we end.
This door is made of metal and appears to be no one answered.
Let's go. There's nothing to do.
Damn. Alright, let's check something else. Fuck you kids.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
Hello there.
Hello, hello. So what brings you here? Bye-bye, gendarme.
It's time for a very important check that I will cheat if necessary. I am not afraid of cheating this one.
Hi again, gendarme.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy, all about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Sure it is.
Hi again, gendarme. Bye-bye, gendarme. Hi again, gendarme.
Pay attention, this one's important.
It's the sports.
Even if you see me treating for just a second, don't worry about it.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground? Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
Are you part of the homosexual underground?
The homosexual underground? Why, yes I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
Yes, I do.
Oh, it's a pleasure group. A Sub Rosa pleasure group congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
What about Thursday night?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
What do you do?
Oh, we're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Revachol have to hold on to.
Yay.
The true symbols of security. The meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage. Everything will be constantly shifting
Amazing.
and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
Does it have anything to do with disco?
Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold. We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature, very esoteric.
I do like disco.
You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it.
What if I can't remember if I'm in or not or anything about my life except for the fact that I like disco?
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed. I have to say that you do
This
look
makes
like
me
someone who
very
might be
happy.
part
Yes,
of
I
the
love this quest
underground.
line.
You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
I have to think about it.
Think about it, officer.
This is going to be like a 24-hour mind project.
Absolutely wonderful.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day. It won't be 20 hours unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme erotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours or more, but that would be on your own time.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Shit, I need to quickly get some experience. I can't think of any sources that won't be available yet. Damn it, we have to do this next time. But now you have a teaser for what's about to happen. Next time. On Tuesday, we study the homosexual agenda. Y'all ready? It's going to be fun. But it's about time to end for the evening. Thank you all for coming. Remember, like, comment, subscribe. I require bits. They must be showered over me for me to survive. Like some sort of weird undead plant. Bye bye.